Why did the timer start without me? Either way. I really wonder why the timer started without me. Alright. Whatever. Problem solved now. Make sure everything's all good. Cool. Take a deep breath. Move forward. 1:33:04 is the time we're to beat. Alright. Hey everyone, welcome back to more Rogue Legacy 2 speedruns. Might as well just get to it. 3, 2, 1, go. So, we just continue our route of trying to collect the items as we can. I think really just that powerhouse item is so important. The ability to just find like a warden weapon or a drowned weapon. And, of course, then get enough money for it all. Alright. With 2 chests, I'll take the detour for it. Because there was a higher chance of equipment, and still a decent amount of gold in worst case. Which we got worst case, but... $110 resolve. I mean, I need the Amaterasu's son, but definitely the resolve loss is gonna hurt. I believe. Gained less max health because I had lower max health to draw from. That is unfortunate. Alright. So at 90% resolve, I'm not sure how far we're going to be able to handle the Kerguelen Plateau. But with... I just realized I picked up double Amaterasu's son with Fireball as my spell. How's it going, Lambo Droid? Glad to have you both here and not here. I'm assuming you're here, but you're not going to be able to stay. We'll have stream open, but I have stuff to do outside. Alright, well, glad to have Lil Lurk. Thank you for that. Alright. But yeah, take care of your stuff, man. Gosh, I have some stuff I need to take care of myself. Huh. Oh well. Take care of it after the stream. We have no mana, but we're not going to... Honestly, I need to find a new spell now. We have the revolver as a new weapon, but I need a new gun. Not high enough. I'd have to damage boost to get up, and we got our heal before we face Lamech. Alright. Not the equipment we wanted, but at least it's out of the drop pile. Alright, found book. Found access sticky and steady. I made sure to beat the new con this weekend so I can watch again. Glad to have it. Yeah, these speedruns have been so much harder. How good that new boss. The main issue is that in a speedrun, we're not of a high enough level, so the fact those ads are really hard to kill, and that that boss is getting out of control really easily. But like, I enjoy it. I definitely enjoy it. And like the new Prime bosses, Prime Nama is a lot of fun. Yeah. I realized that afterwards. Like, I just grabbed it off of instinct, because I know Amaterasu's son is, you know, supposed to be a good relic. And it was after I grabbed it that guy was like, wait, this is the character that has Fireball as a spell. So... yeah, no, I don't like that I got double Amaterasu's. I just happened to run into it. Like, it was only doubled. And, you know, that's actually a conversation. There's a lot of relics that you can't double. If you would find the double of it, you instead find, one, and then later you would find a, special relic that... a different relic, basically. But, how do I say it? Maybe Amaterasu's son should be like that. Well, that was foolish of me, but... I mean, foolishness is just part of this run right now, because we're still... So in case you're wondering, Connor Conkers, we are changing the route of this run quite a bit, because the new boss has basically forced us to have to level up a bit before we can actually face it. We can't... like, level 1 runs have just not been feasible, and level 1 is basically how we've been doing all our world records, so... have to really change the speedrun a bit. I might intentionally die after getting the mech, like that is actually a consideration. I'm gonna decline, but that is actually a consideration, yes. Alright, whatever. But yeah, we need to collect a lot of gold. And, like, we have our leather weapon. We're hoping that as we go through the Axis Mundi, we're actually going to stop for chests. And we're hoping to get the Scholar Cape. Yeah. As good as new bosses casually, I can't imagine what Nightmare is for speedrunning. Yeah, it's... really, it's just that it's completely new to us, so we have to, you know, learn it from scratch. And... we don't, you know, you spend 200 hours on a game, and then the game grows. And it's like, you're expected to be good at all of it, and there's just that part at the end where you don't know what you're doing, really. And, like, I think it's like, as long as you accept that you don't know what you're doing and you're learning it as you go, it's good. But, you know, people are here to see mastery, and so failing at it hurts, like, somewhat emotionally, you know? I do enjoy it. Like, I'm sure like, I think I said this at the beginning, that if this causes, if this edition causes the run to have, to actually involve leveling, I'm actually really happy that this is here. But, like, until we reroute it and find the new route with leveling involved, it's quite the hassle. So, end result is I'm going to enjoy it, but the process of getting to that point where I enjoy it is a bit. How's it going, Destiny Bound? Glad to have you here. How many tries did it take you to beat 2-Ball, if I may ask, Connor? Because, like, I know some people were saying it's... well, also you played it after it got buffed. So originally, 2-Ball was easier. Their spawns didn't have armor, and people were just one-shotting the boss's spawns before... well, I did on New Game Plus, because you're not alone. Don't you worry about that. That hurt. Blobfish are now threatening. Oh my gosh. Well, we now know that these are not fairy chests. which means it could be an apple, which is worth the while. Yeah, I don't think boxing gloves are really where I want to be. I have the best sword. I would have really liked if it was a spell, but... Because, yeah, we're looking for a new spell. We're looking for... I will probably take new talents because it will increase my resolve as a reward. A lot more chasers than I expected to have to face. Alright. Probably about 45 minutes worth of attempts. Yeah. Oh yeah, that new area. Yeah, the way you have to unlock him and all that. You're right, that is pretty tough. Alright, well we have enough gold to unlock Architect and to go for the leveling route. Because I think we're going with the leveling route until we get some real consistency. Silver chest. That means it's worth. Alright, we're at 3,000 gold. That's a pretty good number. I was hoping to skip one. Alright, this is just the fairy chest, so we ignore. Oof. Ooh. Alright, regular chest, ignore. Did I not collect any of that money? I'm going for it. As I said, a new spell's good. Like, most things are good. Oof. Awesome. Warden weapon. Okay, awesome. We don't have any capes, but we have all the rest of it done. I'm doing alright, start a new Steel Soul run on Hollow Knight. I managed to get a full mask before reaching Green Path. That's awesome. Yeah. Isn't that the trick to rise to the new challenge and have fun? Yes, it is, but it's just like, it's one of those things that's... People are here to watch it at the peak of the gameplay, so having to fail and learn and rise to the challenge, like, to not already be at that challenge, to have to rise to it kind of feels like I'm failing to the viewers, in a sense. That's all it is. But yeah, no, I do enjoy it. Do not deny I enjoy it. They just lined up in a bad way both times. Like, to throw out that bone and then immediately have a like projectile attack there is like the unfortunate thing that you're trying to hopefully avoid, and it happened twice during this fight. So that was really unfortunate. I'm really glad I took the apple to heal up instead of trying to increase my max health. Went for safety, not for greed, and it turned out that was necessary. I don't think you should look at it that way. One of my favorite viewing experiences is watching a master figure out a new problem and their approach versus mine. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Yeah. Unfortunately, the first part of the approach is leveling. Like, literally just spend some time getting stronger instead of just getting good. But that being said, with those spawns, it seems like we are coming to like a consistent strategy of... At least I've noticed that like it worked well when the spawns occur. When there's the main issue with that fight, if you want to explain it simply for people who haven't played it, there's a possibility of both having spawns plus like these falling dagger attack, plus whatever attack the boss itself is making. The end result is that it's possible to have as many as 3 attacks you're trying to avoid at once. And that pile-on causes issues. So, like, I found that one he spawns the creatures, if the daggers appear, just get as far away from the boss as possible, and just focus on killing the baddies. Alright, well, we have to damage boost for this. Hopefully we don't die now. We do only have 70 resolve, so we have lower max health, plus, you know, low health. If I could find the maw and pop open that door before I die, that'd be nice. Not the damage boost I wanted, but damage boost nonetheless. Didn't see the skeleton until I was already too late. Alright. Let's get someone with good money trait. Alright. Not exactly the best traits, but it has things that will give me money. And that's why I was looking for here, because I need to make sure I gain enough money to deal with the fact that I'm locking down the castle. Oh yeah, by the way, we've been doing this, adding the Sage Totem, to basically act as some free equip-ups. And while I do want to get intelligence up, the fact is I have a warden weapon. I need to lean into that. Alright. Lock it down. I still have plus 5 gold. That's good. Alright. It looks so odd not seeing the private version of this fight with his minions. Yep. Does the speedruns include the Pizza Girl, locking the castle, or both? Generally just locking the castle. Pizza Girl is quite expensive, and you need that money. Like, nowadays, we need that money for upgrades. The optimal route used to involve, like, literally just doing it in one life and never locking down in the first place, so... But optimal, to put simply, is not always available. Alright, let's do this properly. There we are. Alright, got some damage. Yep. Ooh. Go here, grab the lily. And yep, active damage boost for anyone who's wondering. So I do like the Pizza Girl, like, as a character. And when I first started these runs, it was before the Architect was actually released. So the Pizza Girl was our way of locking down the castle. But those days are long gone. So Pizza Girl has not made an entry since. Great. Alright, remember, there's one up. If Found the other lily. Alright. I'm going to use this to increase my resolve again. I do lose my shield. Oh my gosh, I just realized how bad it is losing my shield for the boss of Battle Face. I literally just did that kind of because it made sense, not because it was, like, actively correct. And I feel I'm about to get punished for it. But having the resolve back is nice. $113 million gold. That's impressive. Yeah, no, that's impressive. Alright. I'll recharge my Coleus shell in here. Nope. Or I'll charge up the Coleus shell in here. Shout should work well in this fight like in these fights specifically. Alright. Ooh. Alright, we're a little behind schedule, but it shouldn't be too bad. We have a Warden weapon now. We're gaining experience. We have a lot of resources for this next fight, should we get to Nama, which does, of course, involve finding Nama, which is going to be a bit of a challenge. Alright. Oh, hold up. There's a free chest right here. Get myself more equipment. Ammonite weapon. I don't think Ammonite actually has more damage than Warden weapon, because the goal of Ammonite is to increase your survivability. Oh my gosh. You know what? Let's grab it. Increases my intelligence, and against the Maw, this actually destroys the lanterns, which might make it really potent. Where am I going next? Up. Alright, got it. There we are. Just to ask, are all the rooms the same layouts, just in random position every time, or are there certain rooms that stay the same? Yes. So, the positioning of all rooms is always changed, and when it's choosing what rooms to be in the area, it's essentially random. They have like a pool of like 200 rooms that they pull from, and they just kind of latch them together to make a living, breathing castle. The only thing that's consistent is the, I'm trying to think of the name of it. All these special rooms, like the boss room is always in there, of course. Stuff like that. Like the boss room always exists, though the location of the boss room is random. But you know, Nama is always in the room. Far Shores is always there. That sort of stuff. But the exact locations are random, as well as the rooms connecting them. They're like, for example, a room I might see in one life, just might not be there the next time. Just like the random connector rooms and such. Don't have Shadow Dash for this fight, because I fought it early. Like we have to now. Oh, I just used my Coleus shell. I didn't even realize I had it for that long. In case anyone's wondering, those lanterns do not get destroyed by the Psalm. Which is why I'm not using the Son on it. There we go. And that's them all. Full health kill. And we have enough resolve to pick up another heirloom along the way. Alright. So now we go to Enoch. Once Enoch's gone, we climb the Sun Tower. And we just keep moving. And yes, if we manage to die before getting up the Sun Tower, we will just reset because the teleport doesn't help, and we need the gold gain for the way the route has changed. There we go. More equipment. Nope. Nothing significant. You know what? Let's try it. Not much of a night anymore, but hopefully the decision is positive. There we go. Night with Saber Bar Shout. Also, we changed our spell. Like, we are not a knight in any sense of the mean. Or we're definitely not the person we started out as. We had a whole face change. We just had one of those faces, you know? When you're growing up, you just have one of those faces. And we just had it today. That's all. Oh yeah, we have muscle weakness. I'm like, why are these guys not dying? Well, thank goodness for my armor up. We're not staying for it. We literally did that kill for the experience. Come on. There we are. I mean, this is a easy route. We could find the teleport here. Nope. Whew. Alright. Well, we've basically had a straight line this entire day. I want to believe. Oh! Found it. Awesome. I get to believe. $288 health. What do I think of the Bard class overall? So I've only been able to play it in my New Game Plus X. It's definitely a strange class. Like, it's definitely, I love the idea of it, like, making the music notes and kicking off of them and all that. My problem is I just wish the attack did more than just make more... Like, I wish that making the music notes was part of the attack. Kind of like how, Mana Leash is part of the mage's attack. Like, I wish that when you first launched the music note, it actually did some good knockback or damage or something like that. Then, because if it did that, then I'd say the class is absolutely insane. Because, like, I'm suggesting this, under the recognition that it deals way too much damage. So they would have to nerf the damage as well if they did that. No mana, eh? Oof. Because, like, it's a very strong class. I have... The damage output of the bard is pretty amazing. And this talent is an amazing talent. There's a reason I took it, even though I had a shield. In addition to the resolve increase, but... the base attack is just really weird. Hard to use. Do you think someone could make a tool-assisted speedrun, or would this game be too randomized for it? We would have to know how to set our own seeds, which, as far as I know, is not a thing that exists. And, like, we don't know yet how much... Ooh. How much of this is actually controlled by the seed. Like, if the order of attacks, like, we don't know if that's going to alter when we change the seeds and such. Because there's a lot of feeds that, like... You know, all feeds in computer programming is pseudo-random, not random. But we don't know how much is just decided by that seed. So it's like, if we could absolutely control the randomness, that'd be fine. But if it's like it sets what attack that the boss uses based on, like, I don't know, some other seeding thing other than the seed itself, then we're in trouble. Then I wouldn't know how we'd do it. Also, I'm not really a tasser. This is just my understanding of it. Doing that. Ooh. I was literally just doing that to break those spikes. Oh wait, I have this. Ah, barely mistimed it. I feel like it could work against the bosses, but maybe not the worlds themselves. The worlds themselves are all based on a seed, so if we could somehow control what seed is placed, we could control it through that. So, went to the wrong area. That's okay. Get ourselves a chance at some meat. Whew. Alright. But yeah, I think, like, a task... First off, we need to let the game finish. We need to actually let the developers finish the game before we really talk about tasking it. It's so fast it didn't even show how much health I healed from it. There we go. Awesome. Good to know. Maybe not the best spell for that, or the best moment. At the very least, it made those scenes negligible, even if they were all in positions where I couldn't really use them. Okay, so a crit off of the kick is not as much as a single attack here. So yeah, we're just gonna keep swinging because we have such strength and not any intelligence buffs. Not even a cape. It would have to be more of an AI plane, I think. Would have to be pretty good AI, I think, though. That's kind of what TAS is. Like, If the variance can be controlled, task can do it. It's just a question of to what extent can the variance be controlled, and we don't really have access to that right now. So I'm just gonna wait for the game to get fully released before I consider it. Sure. Alright. I was thinking about whether or not I want to take book before or after how confident I am that I kill this boss with my amount of health right now. And my answer was, with all these projectiles, I'm pretty confident that I can kill the boss. Like, I'm pretty sure it got easier by picking this talent. Oh my gosh. Well, we now know we could survive an additional hit and not be dead yet. Which feels good to know. There it is. Alright, no more getting hit. Okay, get out of here. Whew. Playing safer than I usually do because I'm used to having different attacks and talents, and I really do not want to die here. I believe Murmur has a tiny bit of lore, not sure. Yeah, okay. I have to, I'm going to focus on this fight, and I'll talk about the lore of the game in just a bit after. Because if I lose focus here, I could die. We're just playing it extra safe. Woo. Woo. And this is why I wanted to maintain focus. Oh god. So I have to do that entire fight over again? I'm getting so much less gold in the process. So it's the combination of the two that makes that so daunting. So I literally, like, instead of getting plus 5 gold, I'm getting minus 38 gold. Instead of getting plus 5%, it's plus 38%. In addition, I have to do that fight again. From the start. Alright. That being said, we do have our damage really high. We have Warden Weapon plus... we very much have no magic benefits. A lot of close calls there. A lot closer than I like it to be. Alright, well, there's the damage. Got a little lucky with the attacks. Lucky enough, at the very least. Let's just speak of the player that gets 4 grave bells. I think it caps off at 3. Unfortunately. Did you see the screen lag as I tried to do that dash attack? Yep. On this attack, so yeah, I will say that. I really like that because of the way that the changes have actually made the Barbarian worth considering in this run again, which I really appreciate. Even though they haven't helped with the issue with gain mana back, they just... The crits on the swings are extremely impactful. And then, yeah, chonk, 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 as you're saying. Anxiety is so real. No, I could have survived a hit or 2 more. Like, I was actually in a good spot there. Alright. And we're actually going to just pick up the book now. I'd like to get up to the tower. Yeah, it just looked hecka low. Yeah, I have CIP, so I can't actually see my health. I just know I only took 1 or 2 hits, so I'm pretty healthy. Add in that I actually have a lot of health ups, like more health ups than usual. Plus, I'm a barbarian who has higher vitality. Like their new ability is passive plus 20%. Why did it pause? I did not pause it. And that meant I missed my cycle because I was unprepared. Oh well. Whew. But yeah, definitely compared to the last fight. A little too aggressive. Okay. So because of how long it takes to kill them, it's actually better to do that. To actually attack. Because they made the spikes deal less damage, which means those guys last longer. Ooh, long comments. I have to wait till there's a good point for me to stop and look at them before I pick them up. Alright. Well, I'm gonna head off. Hope you have a good rest of your runs. Thank you very much, Destiny Bound. Thank you very much. I will have a good rest of my runs. If this ever supports mods, the first thing I'm doing is changing the barbed swing sound to the Berserk Sword Clane. I think they plan on supporting mods, they just don't really, like, they had to use a new system to do a lot of the programming on this, so they don't know how to add mods in. So they're like, well, if the community figures it out, we're more than happy to support. Like, I think that was kind of what they said, if I remember properly. But, like, I know Lament of Zors was modded, and that was, like, a huge mod of the previous game. Well, we're near dead again. Because, yeah, in this area, 2 hits means near death. As a barbarian, we probably could take 1 more. And there it is. Yeah. Well, we definitely cannot take any more. Big scary room. Keeps... Oh my god, this goes all the way to the top. No wonder this is a big scary room. Alright, I'm doing this to reset those 2 chasers. No more mistakes. Get out of my way. Alright, well. Guess we are keeping the castle locked. You know, I just realized the grave bell could have saved me and I wouldn't know. The transition from the boss music to the guitar riff when the boss dies is very satisfying. Ooh. So this boss and the barbarian do not mix well because you have to jump a lot. Which I'm showing by, of course, not jumping at all. But trust me, you do have to jump a lot in this fight. And the spinning attack doesn't exactly complement this fight's arc. Oop. Easy on myself. Who knows? Maybe the grave bell triggers and I'm actually just fine on health. Alright. Daily compliment for your nice runs and compliment gameplay. Greens from Germany, can't watch. Thank you for complimenting anyways, I do appreciate it. These are old comments by this point. The person who can't watch is already gone. I apologize I couldn't read your comment in time. Thank you for the compliment, however, Oliver Ebbing. If you ever come back to watch this. Woo. Ooh. Okay. That's okay. I'm surprised I got that far with the barbarian anyways. Alright. Oh, you're writing a book right now. Wow. Okay, and we have no playable characters except for another barbarian. Well, I showed that the barbarian can do it, so... Still watching. Alright, glad to have you here then. Glad to have you here. Alright. So this is something someone else suggested I thought was actually a pretty cool idea. So now that we want to go strength build, we just go strength build. So with those 2 upgrades, we can now buy even more strength. Alright. 330 health. Still a very good fight, even though it... Yeah, unfortunately. Lament, everything supports mods if you're clever enough. That is true. That is true. And then, yeah. Lament of Zors was an awesome mod. It definitely, for the people that want to go into New Game Plus Infinity with that game, it was great that it just, like, rebalanced it to all be proper with that. Once I got to, like, New Game Plus 4 and I unlocked the trader, I was basically done. Mistimed. I found a way to make the barbarian work, it seems. Oh yeah, they reduced the damage. There we go. We actually did it with a barbarian. So in case you're wondering, when the fight's over, all damage is nullified, and that still recharged my shout. So that's why it was actually a smart move to do that. I'm going to be honest, that wasn't completely intentional, but it was a smart move nonetheless. Alright. Whew. I once tried using Spin Hammer on Ira to protect against the Cursed Chasers. Ira countered that by never doing the attack the whole fight. Sounds about right. Sounds about right. Alright. Well. Not much point in the gold. Honestly, could just kill this character and have it be net positive, but this character could also find a key and end up being worth the investment. So we're going to lean on the second possibility. Alright. So yeah, with this phase, we actually do, we're actually happy resetting to get new routes for this area, because we need to make sure we have the keys and the unlocks for the keys. We want to have the fights nearby us. It's like we have a fight nearby us there, but we have the wrong key. So this is one of the ones we want to keep because we have a fight right there. Clear that up. Wow. Alright. I'm gonna grab this key, because if I run into the pearl key door, we want to just pop it open the moment we can. And I'm alright losing max health to take care of the issue. Alright. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Just turn that on. Really place those guys in daunting positions. Alright, below us. Bubbly fish are actually threatening. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Alright, so all three below us. We'll circle around, I guess. Or not. Alright. Found the Onyx key. Let's go down. There's a teleport at the very bottom of these rooms. In this area. So if we can reach that teleport. Well, we reached the teleport. Which means we keep this castle locked until we pop open the doors and kill the black key bosses. Thought I could have dashed under it. I was saving the glowing ember because I was about to pick up another key, so... Alright. We'll try it. It has a lot of health. Could open up the door if nothing else. Alright. Well, we're just keeping the doors locked. Or the castle locked. Bloodfish is real... The game's OST is really good. Yes, it is. Bloodfishes are really fit the game's sense of humor. I could see it. Yeah. And then, of course, the big eyes on the fact that glowing ember is available. Unfortunately, we still need to grab the keys. So, I want to save my resolve for that. Just did that. Thought I'm not really sure how I'm avoiding this damage, so let's just avoid it. No need to take needless damage. As the name needless damage implies. That was needless damage, though. There was no need to take it, and I did. Alright. Got the black key. Here we go. There we are. Beautiful. Yeah. Let's try to get those other key doors opened. I do want to open the pearl door, though unless I get it on the life that opens it, I think I'm going to allow that to be abandoned for the other, to try to find a better teleport. Alright, here's the cellar. And I just realized I left behind the pearl key. I never grabbed the pearl key! Oh my gosh. So this was actually me wasting my time. Because the pearl key is elsewhere, and until I grab it, there's no point coming here. Great. Well, I have the damage boost at least. Get to see how daunting of a journey it is to the pearl door. Literally next room. Can't believe I forgot to grab the pearl door. Alright. Are there any traits locked behind certain levels? I haven't seen the strike like an eagle one yet. If you're talking about... there are no traits locked behind levels. I'm assuming you're talking about aerodynamic. And it's not a very good trait, unfortunately. It's just anything that like messes with your control, with the way that the game controls, ends up being bad, just because you like build in your own mental system of how to move around, you know? Can't believe I forgot to do this. Alright, now we go through that whole ordeal again. Not the best, not gonna be the best run, but it will be a complete run. And sometimes that's all you have to do. Killed the re-risen. Cool. Gain some experience, which increases my vitality. Alright, use that to reset. Yeah, it's not too threatening once you get through the first few rooms. There we are. Alright, we get one shot with this barbarian, which isn't even the best class for this, but... well. Alright, I'm back with a couple of hot sandwiches and an ice-cold cider. Now I'm ready to watch some speedruns. Congratulations, because we just got to the point where the speedrun starts being less speed and more survival. So hopefully you're okay with that. So the first thing we're going to do is, now that we have popped open both keys, I wonder if they release the game's OST once the game's completed. I have no idea. But yeah. So anyways, we just unlocked all the key doors. So now we have to actually beat the mini-bosses behind the key doors, and the game's getting a little laggy there. I just realized, because of that, oh. Oh my gosh. High jumps just gain a little higher than I expect. Oh well. But yeah, because we have those Assassin's Blades, well, I don't think it's the best against Gaigis, or these two. If I find like a archer with hypercoagulation, or some like trait that's really good, but they're an archer, you know? I can switch out the weapon. Whew. Get something more. Being too aggressive there. Alright, just don't be stupid. Alright, he's going from the top. Let's just stay down. There we go. Alright. Grab that. Alright, so that's one fight done. Now we try to go for the other boss. We're not going to make it. Let's just be honest. And then the question is, do we reset? Because it is quite the trek to the boss. But it is a trek that I have learned. I have become pretty consistent at completing. Yeah, I think this is a safe enough trek that I can just keep this. Not that this meat helps much, but good to know I have a free meat along the way, should it ever matter. Now let's beat this boss without taking a single hit. You know, I couldn't have timed it better. I don't think. Alright, we're gonna take advantage of that theme that I found. Because there was no real playable classes there. So what we're doing is we are grabbing that Assassin's Blade that I found. And then once and then I'm heading down to that area again. Gonna take me a little bit. So I have to go through here. Grab this. Then I have to return to main menu. And then we have to go back. Because here's the thing. We can't actually go climb upstairs to use that teleport to come back. We actually have to come back this way. Alright. Ooh. Use that to reset. Those random farts could actually destroy the platforms from under me. Never even thought about that. I know I can't really attack while staying on the ground because the attacks do. Actually destroy the platforms from beneath me. So a lot of ways I could randomly destroy the platforms beneath me. Ah, so I had the jump still. I was incorrect. Hide under this. Well. Don't like any of these, but if I'm going to choose one, it's going to be Chronic Fatigue Syndrome. Turns out you could get preferential treatment after IRAD now. Really? Well, assuming I purchase things properly, you can. Ugh. Those random farts could destroy me. Best Crow of 2021. Yes, yes. I saw Mindful... Oh, Mindful had a run? Nice. Good for him. Yeah. I'm assuming he... Yeah. Oof. It was around 1 hour and 7 minutes. Nice. Oh. Yeah, Barbarian's not exactly the best class for these fights. Because of how it interacts with the platforms. Whew. Manage to manage. One more ground attack, and I get another spell cast. Whew. Oh. There we are. By the way, Boxer is available at level 30, so it's a viable strat, but I spent several hours practicing Boxer, and I still think the Knight's better. Yep. Spin attack, cancel spin attack? Yep. No, that's... If it didn't, we'd have a lot of problems. Alright. Well... all we have left is somehow beating the final boss with this character. We have one... After this character dies, we can grab the next. But... we really want to do this more efficiently. We really want to beat this boss on a more consistent schedule. I would start training intelligence again now that preferential treatment is available. That's a good point. But yeah, so when he does this, when you have these two phases together at once, I find just get as much distance from the boss as you can. It ends up working out. And once they're dead, you can start wailing on the boss like so. But yeah, this boss, actually, Barbarian works pretty darn well. Because of the mix of high damage. Woo! And the spin attacks, which break the armor. But you understand, like, there is quite the potential with the Barbarian in this fight. I mean, magma mass. Lowered max health. I'm going to try the Knight because the emotional dysregularity is pretty nice. And, like, the Knight is still playable. It's like... it's just that the Barbarian, I think, is the best for this fight now. Back attacks could be an absolute nightmare. Ooh. But nonetheless, we finish it up. We just have one boss to go. Alright. Perfect. That's exactly what you want to see. Okay, well, panic attacks did much worse for me than I thought it would do. Oh well. Alright. Icarus Wings is gonna suck, but the rest of it looks good. Just gotta remember that I have Icarus Wings. With fire and weird mushrooms, I could probably do pretty darn well against the mooks, but... So there's actually a question. Do we preferential treatment to get the perfect class? Or do we just assume there's so few classes to pick from anyways? We preferential treatment the spell. That's actually a question. And then if that's the case, what spell do we pick for this boss fight? Trying to split you. There. This spell costs 100 more souls. Ah, did not realize that. Good point, good point. Yeah, I can't think of a way to get 100 more souls easily. How does Gigantism feel in this fight? My guess is bad, but also gives me that extra reach to just arc attacks into every single enemy at once. So we're gonna see how Gigantism feels. Alright. Get you over there. Darn ice particles. Darn ice particles. All of these are horrible. But I think Algesia is worse. Yeah, the ice trail, and you can't even echo kick off of it. Like, there's nothing you can do with those ice trails once they appear there, unless you have a way to deflect small projectiles. It makes the Bard stronger, because then you can sing, and all those ice projectiles become roses for you to bounce off of. But it's like, as a speedrunner, there's no way I could get all the way to Bard. Like, as Acelaw just said, like, we just got to the point where we could add Pugilist to the run if we feel like it. That's about it. Would doing the Barbarian Scar be viable? Heavy weapons? We'd have to... You get unlock heavy weapons over in Sisyphus, correct? So you actually have to go through Sisyphus first. It would take a lot of additional time, but we could, if we really want the souls, you're correct, we could probably get some there. Let's see. Because yeah, heavy weapons is a scar that takes like 15 seconds, and to unlock it, it would actually take longer to unlock heavy scar. Heavy weapons scar than it would to complete heavy weapons scar. That is worth noting. That being said, that's not a bad idea. I think the heavy weapons scar gives you like 300 souls. If you beat it, if you get gold your first try. Wrong talent. Alright. Muscle weakness actually hit. Both my hits were because I have muscle weakness as a trait, and I didn't account for it. That's sad. As few shields as possible, please. I'm sure you can do less than 2. Yep. Muscle weakness just caused me to take some unneeded damage. Fireball's pretty nice, but we have another barbarian that doesn't have a penalty this time. Alright. I do know I could do it with the knight as well. So if I need to switch over to knight, knight has all the potential as well. But it's just basically knights and barbarians. Valkyries and Rangers are just grabbed because we're forced to grab it to get to our strength buff, to get to the other classes. Oof. Ah, come on. Tried to jump over. This is the final boss? Yes, Jared Mizell. So yeah, this is the final boss before, currently it's the final boss. Once the game is fully released, there will be a boss after this. But yeah, this is the last estuary, so therefore this is the final boss we face. This final boss, as you'll notice, I'm having a lot of trouble with. It's because this boss was added recently, and so I don't have as much experience facing it, especially facing it at low levels, which is why we're dying so often to it. So part of the speedrun is also just getting used to the damage this boss can do. Where's the dagger? There you are. You'll fit just in time for them to send to the next wave. That's not good for me. Come on. No, split! Ah. How far from... You can't be that far from the split. Ooh, got a little lucky on the timing there. There's the split. Literally one attack away. No! I couldn't get airborne in time after realizing it was the attack. Now that I think about it, would the Fountain or Rogue Legacy 1 be a Estuary 2? It certainly has some similarities. Estuary is a title more than, like, a body shape. Like, Estuary is not, like, these big hulking creatures. Estuary means they did something specific, in particular. They ate from the flesh of the Keen, and therefore became the Keen's Estuary. Hopefully, I accidentally pressed the button. Hopefully it has no effect. Anyways, so the fountain, while it's built like something big and threatening, it is not an estuary because it has no connection to the Keen. Or at least as far as we know. I just want to say you may want to start farming gold more for speedruns after this. Yes, that's actually what... My hand was in the wrong place. This is me with more gold farmed during the run, in case you're wondering. Because there's not much space to get gold, really. And yep, shields suck. Shields suck. And we got 2 in the start. Yeah, not trying to be insulting, it's just like, no. It's legitimately a strategy that we've been trying to do to farm more gold during the speed runs, so that we have more breathing room for it. The thing is, to get enough health, like, let me put it this way. The difference between, we need to buy, like, 10 or 12 vitality buffs to survive 1 additional hit. That's out of reason. So, surviving more hits is not within range. Now, dealing more damage is within range. That's what we've been doing. That being said, it also is reliant on what equipment we find. For example, on one of my first runs that I felt was pretty good, we got a drowned weapon, and that allowed us to have a lot of damage output. In another weapon, we had the entire Scholar set, and I managed to get really lucky with the gold. So that was another one that went well. This, technically, we are, like, I don't know whether I would consider this lucky or not unlucky to get access to the Warden weapon, because it is only the Warden weapon, but like Warden is the best low-level Warden weapon is the best low-level item we can possibly find. It's just it's still a low-level item. Yeah, just what happens is sometimes you're attacking with the swords, and then you just attack, and you can't get out of the way because the sword's behind you. Really dislike aerodynamic. Yeah, a lot of diminishing returns to gain higher levels. Precisely. Once you get to like level 30, to get to the point where you can hit another, where you can actually get significant damage output and survive an additional hit, you're probably going to be like level 50, which, you know, double the level for not even double the price. Not mentioned because of gold costs keep increasing between levels. It's not linear. It's not double the amount of gold, get double the amount of levels. It's double the amount of gold to get 1.5 times the levels, sort of thing. There is just an element to luck when it comes to leveling up. Gosh, hates this trait. Look at that! I didn't even get... You need 5 levels just to survive one more hit. No, you need 10 levels to survive one more hit. Like, you just don't... You don't survive one more hit with the position we're in. Muscle weakness killed me before. We'll try this because they have hypercoagulation. Hypercoagulation just kind of... Hypercoagulation breaks the rules. I would have much preferred hypercoagulation on Barbarian. That would have been amazing. But it breaks the rules well enough, I think we could do it with Valkyrie. But yeah, you start with 200 health. So, here's the numbers. Every attack deals 115 damage if it's from the boss, or 125 damage if it's from the ads the boss creates. You start 200 health, and you get 10 health per vitality upgrade. So you need 12 vitality upgrades to survive one hit flat out. Okay. Go. Split there. Oh my gosh. But yeah, hypercoagulation hits reduce my max health instead of my regular health. Generally, so as long as I don't get hit too many times directly in a row like that, I can actually heal up. We're gonna go with this one because fungal spread is useful for breaking the armor. Wondering, does the Barbarian have a damage penalty in this game? And if so, do you think it should? It does not have a damage penalty. The Barbarian's weapon is actually one of the most damaging weapons in the game. The problem is that you are very restricted on how much mana you recover. So if you want to go for an intelligence build, the Barbarian ends up being very poor. However, if you're going strength-based, Barbarian ends up being one of the stronger classes. Oof. So, like, the Barbarian, the Athena's their weapon is powerful, but slow in this game. Where in the previous game, the whole thing about the Barbarian is they just had low damage, but lower, like, high health. This one, yeah. Awesome, got them all, and that's why I like fungal spread. I can only take one more hit. Oh my gosh. So when they explode, if they explode next to another person, the other person could knock them away. So that thing got knocked forward towards me. And that's what cost it. Day preferential treatment is going to save a lot of time and headaches. Yep, unfortunately we don't have it. I didn't realize preferential treatment could be acquired. And therefore... I wonder if Prime 2 Ball's entrance will still be inside the dragon, because being tracked isn't exactly in your prime. I mean, as far as we know, he might be completing his connection to the darkness sort of thing. So maybe it affects there. Maybe when we get when we enter 2 Ball Prime, the dragon's body changes as well to adapt to the new boss and the living situation necessary. You saw him fly back the other direction. Like, I know what caused that, but you understand that, like, I wasn't going to be prepared for him to fly literally across the entire screen. I feel like the perfect description of Barbarian class would in the game: bad with mana, good at damage and survival. I mean, I'll try it, but Perfectionist is a garbage trait. And this is one of those things that even the benefits of... Like, so, yeah, only skill crits deal damage. Luckily, all ground attacks are skill crits. But any airborne attack doesn't deal damage. If it also doesn't break armor, then I might be in a lot of trouble right now. Sorry for the bad grammar. I didn't even notice any bad grammar. I'm talking, like, I know, as long as I know what you're trying to say, that's close enough. I do not care about bad grammar as long as it's understood. I say bad grammar a lot myself. As long as it's understood, that is the important part of any grammar. And yes, there are ways that are grammatically correct that aren't exactly... Alright, so even if it's not a crit, it still knocks away the armor and such. That's good. That's good. Knocks them away. But basically I have to rely on my grounded attacks for everything, because ground attacks are auto crits. But yeah, Perfectionist is horribly crippling. I just got lucky with the class by a little bit. Class and spell combination was pretty nice. Does Spore Burst always crits? So I was trying to shoot left and then move to the right. Instead it shot to the right and held completely still. Are you kidding me? Well, you have fungal spread. You're going to be our chance. You're going to be our opportunity. Do you think game developers are going to make him look completely different in his prime form after all it was before I call the root got him? So, possibly. We really don't know how far they're going to go with the prime forms. Sometimes they're just like little color combinations. Like, you know, Lamech, they pulled out all the swords in Lamech's back and made him, shined up his armor, but really that was it. Angry armored pigeon bullies tadpole inside of a dragon. Out of context, that is a concerning statement. In context, it's still a little concerning. I don't like getting bullied. Oh god, double shields! Prepare for the end times! Absolutely hate shields, in case it hasn't been clear. So shields is just like... Yep. Flame barrier, rage tincture. This is not going to be a good horde breaker, but it is a good DPS, so that has to be acceptable. It's clearly a crow, not a pigeon. So those things that we're going to keep describing, no, it's clearly a pigeon. No, it's clearly a bird. It's clearly a plane. I mean, gosh, it's Superman. Superman is copyright. It's not going to be in this game. Game massacred by the stew? Yep. This guy's tough, and he only came out recently, so I haven't had much time to practice. But yeah, nah. We knew this guy was going to be tough, but he's extra tough. And sometimes you get unlucky knockbacks like that. Which, I'm going to just state flat out, both of those were unlucky knockbacks. They made it past my flame barrier, and then the flame barrier knocked them into me. Okay? Like, if you look closely, that's actually what happened. So, that was just misfortune for both the hits. Good to know that that is a misfortune that can occur, so I can prepare for it. But, that's what happened. Yep. And the thing is, it's clearly genocide. Oh yeah, it is a family. Alright. The thing is, I can't really level up much. Like, if I go to increase my levels, I can only get 3 more strength upgrades, which will only increase my damage by 6. Well, I guess we have the plus 1.5 damage boost, so it increases by 7, but still. And health-wise, I'd have to go get more souls to get to a point where I could increase my survivability. Alright, no shields. We're good. We're good enough. Let's go with that phrase instead. It still shoots the fire while frozen. Great. I feel like I knew that, but just it feels bad. Well, you live and you learn, and then you die, because you didn't learn fast enough. Learning means making mistakes. And I run into his shoulder, going for the hammer. Oh well. What else came out with this update? The last boss I saw was the eye boss. So the entire Paishan Dry Lake, the entire final area has been added with 2 mini bosses they have to break open to get to the final boss, plus that entire scary area. 2 more classes, which unfortunately we cannot play here. We'll have to I do play a New Game Plus 10 file after this. That you'll see it there. And yeah. There's a few other things. You could probably... The entire list you could find on their website. But basically, it's the last area plus proper bosses. A little too close. Alright, as long as I don't kill either of these, he won't spawn more. And, well, there goes one. So let's take out the other. Alright, we're just gonna knock them away because I can't deal with them right now. Alright, cool. Okay. That wasn't fun, but we solved it. So, when you say don't kill Theme, like, as long as it keeps its distance, I don't have to kill it. But the moment it gets too close, like, I have no choice. Alright. Tomorrow I get up early, so I'm heading to bed now. Good night, everyone, and good luck with the run. Thank you very much, Xantofi. The fact you could retire mid-boss implies that the boss just lets you go after you've had enough. Well, I mean, if they're just going to kill themselves, like, that's basically what retiring is. And wherever they have some sort of glass cannon weapon in the game that gives you 1 HP but deals 1,000 base damage and skill crits. There's Soraya Hanno's Bargain, which is a boon, not a weapon, that doubles the damage dealt and damage taken. So it, halves your health but also doubles your damage output. That's the closest we're getting to the glass cannon build. That's the closest they'd allow for it. I don't think they should allow anymore, so... Ooh. There we are. Great. Go with the mooks. I have some time without mooks. Alright, time's gone. Ah. Well. Hate shields. Hate shields. Make it a bit of a boss gauntlet. I mean, I guess. Yeah. Oh yeah, also the combat rework, yes. So there's skill, instead of critical hits being just a random % chance, there's skill crits. So whenever you dash while attacking, it becomes a critical hit. Whenever you do certain things, it becomes a critical hit. And the Barbarians is literally, as long as it's a ground attack, it's a critical hit. Because you have these slow attacks, but they deal more damage, basically. Can't participate on the weekly discussions. I know nothing about D&D and Magic the Gathering. Alright, fair enough. Yeah, no. Oof. Alright, I don't want that on while facing these guys, because we've learned from last time that that could push them into me. Alright. Oh my gosh. Too far, too fast. Great. Alright. Alright. So the glass cannon is that, but on several other drugs, including but not limited to, yeah. This bot Xanathar's guide to untaught cultures of everything. Now I just want every feat. It's unfair. Yeah. A lot of the feats are super cool. I do know I've built a pretty cool, like, one of the things I like doing in Dungeons and Dragons is, taking a character that's not generally a tank, basically anything that's not a barbarian, fighter, or paladin, and making a tank out of it, making a frontline damage protecting DPS of some sort. Ranger was almost too easy when I did that. Cleric was also pretty fun. I feel like a lesser DM would not have been able to make the... would not have been able to threaten my, cleric tank. But my DM like... They saw an exploit in my, like... So, the theme was the cleric took leverage of spiritual weapon to constantly attack with its bonus action, and therefore was able to use its action to dodge to increase its AC significantly. And with the increased AC, I would just also take the Sentinel feat, and therefore I would just, like, I would walk up to an enemy, their attacks would almost always miss. They had like a 20% chance of hitting, if not lower. And every time they try to run away or escape me, because I was a cleric of war, I could, make my attack to try to hit them, and if I miss, I can use my Talent of Divinity to give +10, so it always hits, so I was locking down enemies. And, they couldn't really hit me. If they hit someone else, I got an additional attack. It was just really destructive for my DM to have to deal with. And they finally figured out. The problem with, and like I thought it was brilliant. So they realized the dodge action that I leveraged to get all of my defensive measures on it specifically states that only works as long as your movement speed is not 0. So they had the enemies so they had an enemy that grappled me, and basically because I was pinned down, my movement speed was 0, and I couldn't dodge. And so it just like, it started taking me out. You know, I couldn't, my AC was effectively halved. And, yeah, just, that's how I end up losing that character. That plus a nat 1 on my death save. But, like, I'm more impressed by the DM figuring out that exploit, that weakness in my character, than I am disappointed that I died there. Like, by far, I'm proud of my DM for figuring that out. And, like, actually taking advantage of it. And doing it, like, not ham-fistedly. It wasn't, oh, you have this character, let's just make everything start grappling. It was, this thing made sense that would try to grapple me. And, ugh. DM reading the fine print. Not enough DMs do. Ugh. My DM had an owlbear run away when she realized it was going to eat total party kill our group at level 2. Yeah, so that DM also ended up pulling a total party kill on us. It was not that it was overpowered. It was that during the encounter, I think the encounter lasted about 3 rounds before we ended up settling it there. Because during those 3 rounds, I think the party rolled a total of 6 natural 1s and had 3 natural 20s rolled against us. It was just, it was disgusting. It was disgusting. It's like, that's one of the things you have to realize. In a game where you're rolling dice, to a certain degree, everything's out of your control. Like, the whole reason I made my character have the dodge action is because the last time I built a super tank that didn't took the dodge action, I kept getting hit by natural 20s and getting wrecked. When I tried to do the bard, I just had high armor, and, well, I think it was a pair of natural 20s or 2 that ended up taking that guy out, so that's why I started adding the dodge action when I built the, absolutely hate shields, and we got double shields right off the bat. That's unfortunate. Couldn't even... God, it's more than 1 natural 20 is why you roll behind the DM screen. I mean, I'm on the grounds that if luck favors or opposes them, like, do you also roll natural 1s not in front of the DM? Like, trust that you can tell an interesting story despite the dice. Albeit, I once had a point where the party was supposed to get killed. They made a dozen mistakes. They knew they made the mistakes. I'm like, alright, I'll give you a fight so you could possibly squirm your way out of it. And I rolled 6 dice. Over the course of that fight, I rolled like 6 dice, and not one was above a 4. And meanwhile, I think, yeah, there were 2 natural... The battle started with our rogue, basically, they had to break through the door. I'm like, good luck. This thing's like really well solidified, and they roll a natural 20 right as we begin. I'm like, well, that solves that problem. Luckily, this fight's still threatening. And in the fight, he never landed a hit. He had a plus like 11 to hit, and it never landed. Because I kept rolling 4s or lower. Alright. Alright, I need him to approach again. There we are. Thanks. If anyone wants to know why we love shields, looky there. Can I ask you two things? What do you think is the best traits in the game for speedrunning? And do you have any class ideas? So the best traits... So theoretically, combative and bookish both are really good for speedrunning. Gave you plus 150% damage in strength and intelligence respectively. Hypercoagulation is amazing for when you're doing the boss rush section of the run. But like... What happens is... So, like, hypercoagulation, if you're in the boss rush section, is insane. I still stand by that. I think there's, like, no question there. Otherwise, for bookish, emotional dysregularity I also like. If you have... Like, there are some spells that are really good with emotional dysregularity. As for ideas for classes, I remember I came up with the idea that basically the Heavy Stone Bargain, I felt like was more of a class weapon than a actual relic, because the cost of the time frame it takes between attacks is just so severe that I don't see any weapon that wants it. And, like, even with all these new classes released, I still can't think of a weapon that wants Serrated Handle's Bargain, really. So, what I did is I had, like, this idea of a class that is kind of close to what the Ronin is now. That, basically the idea is that, they have a... So the idea is that their trait is... Their weapon is, you know, that destructive, powerful weapon. But then, you have the 2-second cooldown timer, and whenever you hit with your trait, like, your trait is a teleport of some sort. I literally based off of the Hokage originally, from the Hokage from Rogue Legacy 1. The idea being, I recognize that now, like, it was too close to the Duelist, but it's actually kind of what the trait is for Ronin. So let's take the Ronin as an example. It'd be the Ronin, except the attack has the Heavy Stone Bargain already active, and its talent has the ability that when you use it, it refreshes the cooldown on your weapon. But instead of the talent taking 5 seconds to refresh, it is one hit. You land one hit to refresh it. So yeah, it's basically Genji Dash from Overwatch. So it's strike dash, strike dash, strike dash. The thing is, if you ever miss a strike, then you have to wait for the cooldown to go off. And with the narrow attack of the Ronin, plus the fact that the Ronin, like, the skill crits are by hitting with the tip instead of the base. These knockback hits are really not feeling good. Do you think that trait would be used on something like a cannon-like weapon? The Heavy Stone Bargain effect is actually on an heirloom. I do think that it's better to turn it into a fabled weapon of some sort, or into a class stuff, or into a class of some sort. I legitimately thought when they showed the Ronin, I'm like, oh my god, did they actually do it? And no, they just made the Ronin insanely good anyways. Just no cooldown. Which they do have the slow attack, but it's not as slow. And the reach of that weapon is absurd. Mine had a higher width, but, like, theirs has that insane reach. But yeah, the main problem with it is because the talent refreshes by just hitting, there's actually a possibility of doing... I can't even, like... I'm trying to think of the words, like... attack canceling. Mistimed that. Got punished horribly. Well, made some mistakes, got punished, and now we're here. Well, next life. We'll hopefully do better. Do you want to hear your ideas for classes? You know there's actually a feature and content proposal thing on the Discord. You can actually tell the devs if you have an idea for a class. Whether or not they'll add it, of course, this late in development is unlikely. And, like, you know, that sort of stuff. But, like, telling the devs your idea for classes was a thing. That they have a channel for it. Well, for such a bad start, we are now here. One swipe too many. But yeah, if you want to send your classes in my... If you want to, like, describe the classes while... I have to go for the one with the highest possibility of winning. Sorry if this hurts you guys' eyes. But, yeah. What's the name of the channel? So if you, in the game, you actually have a, there's a link to the Discord, and there's an RLTL feature and content proposals channel. That's where people used to put all their class ideas. Now that's late in development, I'm not sure, you know, there's a far less possibility, but, I mean, it's still worth doing for the, like, for the people interested. You know, it's, you know, making ideas, homebrewing ideas, is always fun. Alright. I mean, honestly, I'm impressed I did this much, given the circumstances. Knowing their hitboxes is quite valuable, in case anyone was curious. The game could always get DLC and the classes could be used there. Interesting. That is an idea. Yeah, so yeah, feel free. So yeah, you can put it in that channel. You can put it in, if you want to put it in the chat, I'm happy to listen. But yeah, we've passed the 2-hour mark. Ugh. I just now looked at the timer. Not the best idea to do. Yeah. All right. Is this not the final boss? Given the current patch, it is, but once the game is fully released, being this guy unlocks the actual final boss. Oh my god! Triple shield. In other words, death. Because these guys are unaffected by knockback until they're doing their spin to win animations. By then, it's already too late. Well, we got triple shields. Like, that was just misfortune, honestly. Yep. Darn shields. But yeah, so what this is this is the last estuary. This is the final estuary. And the whole idea is you're killing all the estuaries so that their souls no longer seal the golden doors. And the golden doors are behind these golden doors to your right here is where the final boss actually is. And yeah, you'll see when I beat this. The little ruling. Do we get to fight the dragon? No, the dragon's a good boy. We get to pet the dragon. Good boy. Dragon is our friend, and this is the quality content I came for. How's it going, Weebish? We've been having a hell of a time on this boss. As usual, but it seems like this is being exceptionally hell. That's so. Thanks. I was trying to use the kick to cancel my spin, but I was in that corner with that resonant object, so it just bounced off the resonant object. Two ball with a Boehner Son. Do not type two ball into YouTube. It's not a son. Yeah, I got distracted from the new patch by Metroid Dread. So I have a Switch that's coming. My friend is getting a Switch OLED, and so they were selling off their Switch. So I'm purchasing their Switch from them. And the thing is that I'm waiting for them to actually be able to do the transfer so I can actually, get their Switch. Because I actually already have Metroid Dread. I don't have the system to play it on right now. Because I knew I would buy it. I knew I would want it. But I didn't have the system. And I'm currently... Like, my brother has a system, but it's like, when am I going to have time to pry it from my bro? Versus, how about I just get my own system so I don't have to fight him for it. And yes, Jared, I do know you have some ideas. I just need to focus on this boss, so I'll read it between deaths. Barbarian is good for 2-ball? So I have no The main problem with a Barbarian is their mana recovery, which I have no intelligence with this build. I have, like, I do not have any, I did not acquire any capes. I do not have any intelligence upgrades. I didn't even have the wizard unlocked as a class, or the archmage. Like, I have no intelligence. So, the main weakness of the Barbarian is their lack of mana recovery for their spells. And so that's not an issue for me right now. In addition, with these armors, it's pretty good to have the spin to win to both break the armor and to and the spin to win also destroys all the chasers for his horde of chasers attacks. So because of those two, because it's good against those two themes, the Barbarian's actually pretty nice. When the boss isn't attacking, they have these wide moments where they're just left open, where I can just, you know, get on the ground and swing at them. So, just like for this attack, they are pretty fine. Alright, so the first suggestion is a princess class, with an umbrella that she's able to projectiles directly above her, and when she attacks, she hits enemies with a slightly below... Alright, so slightly below average damage. She will block projectiles from the side. Alright, so wherever the umbrella is facing is basically where you have protection from projectiles. Alright, and it's just projectile destruction, not anything special there. There we are. Gotta focus on this. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I didn't take damage there. Oh. Well. Alright. Her ability... Another perfectionist. Alright. Her ability is a harp-shaped projectiles that when it hits an enemy, they become charmed and start to fire, so she could charm... Alright. Yeah, so the additional penalties and like abilities like charm and stuff, I think is going to end up working poorly in the way the system is built. So, unfortunately, like I kind of like the idea of an umbrella, but I don't think charm is going to be like a good design, because there's certain enemies that just do not work with charm. There's certain enemies that are just completely stationary, and the targeting system of this game does not work with having ads assist you, basically. So, unfortunately, I know that would not work. Is that charm enemies flutter throughout the rooms that eventually turn hostile again. Again, like, that's one of those things where... Oh my god. Diva Vertigo or Spelunker? Is Winter Shout useful in this fight? If I can find the point to leverage it, it's not as useful as Shield. And, like, I'm just having trouble finding the opportunity to use it. But thanks for asking, Super Video Gamer. I'm sure it will be. I just, like... You know, you focus so much on one thing, and then the others aren't coming together just right. To Tubal put every point to strength just to carry around that anvil. Didn't have enough charisma or intelligence to understand what's going on with the estuaries. Actually, if you read the lore, Tubal knows more about the situation with the estuaries than any of the other estuaries. Like, the whole reason he turned is because he was offended with, like, how him and the others were being treated. Yeah. Boys can be princesses too, the way that Valkyries can be male or female. Oh, her part would be on top of the small balcony at the top right. Ah, that's pretty cute. Never mind, Tubal was just absolutely cracked and put points into everything. Yep. Low charisma makes sense. Low charisma definitely makes sense for Tubal. But, like, he is... I would argue Tubal is the most prolific writer. Okay, after Enoch, Tubal is the most prolific writer. He just hid all his writings, is the main theme. Just mistimed it. I'm glad I managed to react in time for that. No knockback on the shields. Worst part of all of this fight. This Mook is basically invincible to any knockback maneuvers. Alright. Last split, but we don't have the... I don't think we have the health to do it. We're gonna try, of course, but... Let's use that. Got sharked. While I was looking above my head. I was struck from below. I always find Irad so much harder than Tubal. I mean, so if you're... So here's the thing. If you're at are you at higher levels or lower levels? Because, as you can see, I'm facing them at level 29. Irad does not have mooks that constantly spawn that I have to deal with. Well, there's 3, well, the bullet hell that Irad applies is very tough. Once you learn the bullet hell, there's only so many attacks that Irad could do. There's no real randomness. The blue projectiles always spawn in the same routes. And so once you learn Irad, you know, it has a route. Oh gosh, 2 shields. Alright. Well, could have been worse. Could have been 3 shields. But yeah, it's the randomness of like those falling hazards and of what enemies spawn and stuff that makes this boss challenging. It's... Whew. Oh my gosh, missed. Well, I didn't take the damage. Whew. Guess this series would have thought 2-Ball was dead late, or should I say dead wood. He only became wood later. We're just going to have as few visual issues as we can muster. Make it easier. I read that man is such... Okay. But yeah. Irad is, like... I will not deny, Irad was a tough fight when you first learn it, because it's a much longer fight, and if you can take out the spawns from 2-Ball, yeah, run is not going that well. We have now spent officially an hour, if not more, just on 2-Ball. So, yeah. Having some issue here. Thank you for coming by, Mindful Line. I heard you got a good run today. Or at least recently. I haven't had a chance to check the Discord, but apparently you have something there waiting for me. Oh my gosh. That was my fault, by the way. That was not a safe position to dash back, and yet I did it anyways. Ugh. This has the bullet hell energy of don't just focus on your character or enemy, look at everything. Yep, and that's the issue. Like, they're both bullet hells to an extent. Like, if you can kill the mooks. In my New Game Plus 9 profile, last time I killed him, I had the laser gravity beam attack, and my gravity beam attack was enough to do the 2 ticks to break all the armor, and then the rest of it was still able to kill all of the mooks. Every last one of them. So, when I was facing 2-Ball with those mooks basically dead on arrival, this fight was a joke. This fight was super easy. So if you have enough damage output to deal with all of the spawns, this fight is easy. But like, if you can't deal with the spawns, your focus cannot split that deeply. Alright. Got rid of the mooks. Awesome. Phase 3, I could still take one more hit. That might be the difference. There we go. Oh. There we are. Celebration time come. Come on, that's got to be a world record. This is not a world record now. According to what I heard, Mindful Line apparently just got a run. I'm not sure if it was today or recently. That was around 1 hour and 7 minutes. And like we spent over an hour on just 2-ball, which means we are still in that range once we learn how to consistently beat 2-ball. Which is not easy. But we only took 1 hit in that fight. Oof. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for all the GGs. Alright. So what I do during this phase is, now that we've done the speedrun, now that we spent over 2 hours on speedruns, I then take all of this stuff off. I switch over to a nice little playthrough scene, and we're going to continue through Rogue Legacy itself. So this is a much more chill experience. Let's do everything. Did run yesterday while feeling a bit ill, so I couldn't really commentate on what I did, but yeah, using the mic while coughing sounds bad. Sounds about right. Alright. So, you guys ready? I'm going to, so we're going to the next theme, and the first thing I want to do is show you guys a little secret that you guys might not know about. Ooh. You've been all a ranger lately. Not exactly by choice. But yeah, so I have all these extra jumps, and I'm going to show you guys something. Yep. So we got gold on everything except Sisyphus, because you can't get gold there. And when we go to New Game Plus 10, burdens required. 12 out of 12. Alright. Burden of Scale, Burden of Ruin maxed out. Alright. You guys ready to see a secret? What's your current PB in this patch? It's like 1 hour 30. It's not the best. But so, we have this, the starting area. It's great because you can, move around, do all the things. You get to see what's up here. Not really much. Not on this one, at least. But you can just, you climb all the way up. And then there's a little secret. There's, of course, that secret down there. But a lot of people have been showing this. I haven't seen it for myself, but I'm certain it's true. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're going to wait for this to come down. And something at the very left corner of this screen. There's something waiting for us at the very left corner of the screen. 1, 2. There you are. Legendary. Little master eggplant. Yes, this is actually a thing. This is not modded or anything. This little guy is just sitting here, walking around, looking like a boss. Whenever people talk about eggplants, this is the legendary eggplant. Way up at the top left corner of the screen. So, just let you guys should know, there is Mr. Eggplant. Whenever people talk about the importance of eggplants, they mean eggplants are important. Oh, I have Perfectionist. Good to know. How was that even discovered? Someone wanted to go to the corner of the screen, and so they did. That's how that was discovered. Ooh. Oof. How's there not an achievement for finding that guy? Because achievements aren't unlocked until the game is fully released when they can add achievements. So there probably will be an achievement for this guy. Heck, I think that's the secret boss, actually. That little swole eggplant is actually the secret boss that you keep getting the damage boosts for. And you can't prove otherwise. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't actually call 1 hour, 30 minutes a bad time for this patch. No, but we both know there are, we both know that, like, you and I could do better. So it's not that's a bad time, it's that's a time that we know we can do better on, and we haven't done it yet. So it's a best PB that I'm not satisfied with. That's, I think, a better way of describing it. I've been stuck on legendary eggplant for days. I think Patient Dadable subscribes to the Ricky Bobby philosophy of speedrun times. I do not. Yep. Ace Law 117 in the last patch. Okay. Ricky Bobby, it's from Talladega Nights. If you're not first, you're last. If you're not first, you're last. So, that's the Ricky Bobby philosophy. Oh, before the armor was added. Ah. Oh, right. Alright. Well, maybe... Oh my gosh. Leverage everything you've got. Alright. I'm glad I found a way to do this, given the situation, but kind of annoyed at my failures in doing it. Oh my gosh. In case anyone's wondering why I'm not just shooting down, it's because I have auto drop, so I will drop down into the boss itself. And of all the humiliating ways to die, that's going to be the most humiliating. And I know it will happen if I do it. Oh, God. Woo. Well, I did it. Yeah, the Archer platforms blocks small projectiles just like the Valkyrie spin. I come to the stream at CMTC way through the game at a higher... Yeah, also I'm at level 600, so... Why would you come in here on Crits Only Ranger? Look, man. Look, man. I don't exactly think through all my decisions. Sometimes I just do. Sometimes I just do. You guys think me as a greater strategist than I am sometimes. So if I press up attack first and then aim, it won't drop. But once I release the arrow, I will drop instantly. So I'd have to, like, let go of down the moment I hit attack, or else I would drop through. If only auto drop could be turned off. Listen, listen. So let me show you. All right. All right. Okay, I guess it can be done. But the way... It's just, like, really hard. Yeah, if you don't move anything, but it's like, it's one of those things that, like, just because, it's, like, easy mechanically doesn't mean it's easy to, do mentally. Like, my mentality doesn't subscribe to the let go of the down arrow key after making your down attack. Like, it's something I could do every once in a while. But I don't want to, like, have myself die if I mess it up, you know? Whew. Yeah, it looks very clunky. It's because it is. Ugh. Well. There we go. So yeah, we also have a trait called Perfectionist, which means that little shining attack. If we don't hit on that shining attack, it deals no damage. So that's why I'm not entering rooms. I'm pretty sure I cannot. There we are. Oh, right! My kicks! My kicks are still good. That problem on Barbarian. On the Ranger, it blows. Yep. Oof. Woo! Go. Oh, this is just 2 more areas. All right. There we go. Don't worry, I know my ricochets. So yeah, you have to ricochet twice to get the crit. So, not the easiest, but not the hardest. Or I could just kick their head in, because that's an option I have. Fuck. Woo! I wonder, can I get a corner? No, I cannot get a corner good enough. Alright. Whew. How do you skill crit with Ranger? So whenever I shoot, you'll see a little point where the tip of the arrow flashes. And I have to shoot exactly when that tip flashes to get the skill crit. Or you could tell because it like glows. So like that's a blue arrow and that's a gold arrow because the gold arrow is a skill crit. Ooh. How do you play an archer that can only deal damage with crits? Listen, sometimes you don't get good positions and sometimes you don't make good decisions. Both happen. Also, it was fun. Nonetheless, it was entertaining. Therefore, it was the correct route. Hey, Kraken Style, how's it going? We just finished our speed run, so we're clearing out New Game Plus X, which is currently plus 10. We have an archer with Perfectionist, so every attack has to be a crit or it deals no damage. So we have to get these skill crits, or else it does nothing. Ooh. How'd the run go? Not too well. Definitely could have gone better. It was fun, but... well, job done. Okay. Oh, and there goes my armor. Yeah, that one has armor breaker, so... Come on. Alright. This game without hand. There we are. Just gotta time it right, you know. This requires more concentration than speedrunning. Honestly. No, but close. Ah, so close. Wait, I want to do it over here. There we are. Whew. Woo. I'm just waiting for a sword to come. Oh, sword comes out tonight, right? So for people that don't know, Krakenstyle is a high-level Smash player, or at least he plays competitively. So, like, he's big on the Smash stuff. And Sora is the newest character coming out at some point tonight. Apparently in 3 hours. Yep, he's the last DLC character, which is a huge theme. The last character. I made that harder for myself than it needed to be. Well, brilliant. Then you'll complete... Oh, once you do that, you'll be able to 100% all of Smash Ultimate, because you'll have all the... You probably need to get all the spirits. Nice. Well. I'm gonna buy this teleport up here, and then we're gonna go commit suicide. You've done every classic mode. Nice. How much? Okay. Don't need you to commit yourself to me. Alright. Let's just freaking do it. I could get the Coleus Shell for another health pump, but let's just get this over with. Oh. Fire doesn't do anything. Right, because the reason this does something is because it's it auto crits, duh. So for people that are wondering what in the world, the poison ivy effect from this blade from the platform auto crits, the fire does not. So the fire was actually a horrible mistake on my part. Well, it's getting late here, so I'll be going now. Have fun. I will. Thank you very much, Mindful. Alright. Bard, Valkyrie, or Boxer? We'll go with the Bard. Bard's a new one. Bard's an interesting one. Alright. So yeah, let's just start buying maxing out these weapons where I can. There we are. Oof. Perfectionist just sucks. Yep. But it was a fun one. A Perfectionist Archer should be a character you have for Riftwind Explorers. I'll keep that in mind. I have a lot of characters in Riftwind. I forgot to change out my traits. We're gonna kill these guys with my feet. Anyways, I forgot to get rid of all my haste and dash runes and such. Because I don't wear those, but I wanted to wear them so I could show you guys something. Alright. Someone take that out of context. I'm sure I've said many things out of context. I'm pretty sure I've said things that are in context a little off. Alright, if I could get that right there. There we go. Awesome. More damage. It's just that little pause whenever you stream that makes it much worse. Alright. I'll still be watching Riftwind Explorers, but will not be playing. Alright, that's cool. Whoop. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Woo. There we go. Watching D&D is always a treat. Glad to hear. My favorite class? That's a tough question. Like for speedruns? It's... Well, I think I might have actually... Yeah, so for speedruns, it's... For speedruns, it is Knight. For non-speedruns, it is Bard, or sorry, it's Chef with Bag of Spoons. Ooh. Bard is a lot of fun, but it's a lot of complexity. It's a class that, if they made the base attack more viable, I think what they should do is make the base attack more easier to use, but make the these little nodes deal less damage, because you can just, like, when you sprint off of those things, it just explodes with damage on enemies. Like, I know I'm an intelligence-based class, but I got the Bard's Ballad in a speedrun, so I do know how much it does without any intelligence buffs, and it's a lot. We're going to try Charon's Trial. We have a res in worst case. So Charon's Trial is I have to kill a certain amount of enemies without taking a single hit. If I take a hit, it's fatal. I think the number of enemies I have to kill is 12. Brilliance. Brilliance at its finest. Well, there's my res. Can't even find an enemy first. Even slightly justify my decision. Alright, I didn't know the angle would be that bad. Lizard Folk 4 Elements Monk. Alright. Crippling Intellect Barbarian seems like a bad idea. A Gambling Assassin or a Vegan Knight. I think it's going to be Vegan Knight, everyone. Oof. So yeah, I just need a bit more, explain it later. Alright. We're just maxing out leather real fast. Alright. What is leather's final benefit? Plus 30 minimum resolve. Yeah, not interested. Alright. So let's see. This is Kin Chest. Leviathan Cape. And Kin Trinket. There we go. Next on the list. Whew. Do you think the... Oh my gosh. Do you think Charon's Trial should be buffed? Yes. Personally, the... Oh yeah, the Lizard Folk Monk. Yeah, I hope for the best, man. I hope you really enjoy it. I forgot to change my relics again. I still have all the speed and dashing, which I don't want for this file, so because it could get me out of control for when I play the speedruns. And I still haven't... I still could get more gold and stuff. Or more ore. Oof. I also rolled D20 this morning, because they always are fortune tellers that tell you about your day. Nice, you got a nat 20. Well, yeah, I'm not... Oof. So I actually have a story. I don't really care for the whole... like, dice have a... Like, dice have a certain amount of luck sort of thing, and, like, how you can make your dice lucky. Like, I always, like, unless it's loaded, which any person probably doesn't have loaded dice. If they do on accident, sort of thing. So like, I don't believe that dice could be unlucky for the day. It's all statistics. And there's a story because one time, someone rolled their dice and got a nat 1. I was like, okay, I don't want to touch this dice. I'm just like getting, tired of them always stopping to do that. So I'm like, all right, give me the dice. I will play with this dice today to prove they're not unlucky. And that was one of the many days I rolled 3 nat 1s in a row. So in other words, it tried to prove it's all just variance and there's no like lucky dice or whatever. I got horribly punished for my hubris. I still stand by my statement, but I now understand why people don't agree with me. What do the burdens do? One makes traps deal more damage, as you probably saw. One makes the world a lot bigger, and the rest of the burdens are all just making the some of the bosses harder. I don't even have all the bosses are harder burdens on, so I only have 12 burdens. So I maxed out world size, and I maxed out damage of traps. Right, I'm a vegan. Forgot. How many burdens can you have max? I think it's somewhere in the 60s. Like, you could have far more burdens than necessary for the highest level of new game. I know that much. The exact number, I have no clue. But I think it's like 66 or something like that. I've played with max burdens once. It did not go well. It did not feel fun. Some people have beaten the game like that, but it ain't my cup of tea. There's like random chaser enemies, and the chasers move 3 times as fast because of an additional burden. And it's just like, yeah. When are you gonna do a no-death full burden run? Listen, we haven't even been able to do a no-death speed run right now. Like, if I do I could cheese my way through that by just having it be new game plus 0 full burdens, but I don't think that would be enjoyable to watch. Or I could just, overpower myself, because that's what most people do. They just scale all the way to infinity and beyond. But oof. Vegan, don't touch. Flying around's a little fun, but again, there's no take no damage worry I have to concern myself with, just defeat all enemies. That's good to know. Oh, I accidentally have the kin weapon instead of the Leviathan weapon. I'm like, something's wrong. I'm supposed to be siphoning more. I grabbed the wrong weapon. And yeah, I have all the runes, so that's just to get blood. Just thought it'd be funny suggestion, plus the timing was perfect. Yes, it was. Good night, Suicune. Glad to have you here. Oh my gosh, that nearly hit me. And as a vegan, I've taken damage. As an intelligence-based vegan, I would have taken a ton of damage, because I'm pretty sure deals damage equal to the amount you would heal. They're really necessary. I've been competing for fun nowadays, been playing hero a lot. That kind of hurts because, like, I want to main hero. I guess it's fun. Yeah, if it's fun, then I guess it doesn't hurt. It's just like, I played for fun. I guess I'll play the character you enjoy. No, I just thought it was funny. But yeah, I think, like, the character is fun is why I want to main them when I tried maining a character. What happened is that I just didn't have anyone to play, and by the time I did have someone to play, I was not in the... I was like... I stopped playing for a long enough time that my skills diminished. Oop. Somehow here helped me against a really good player in my state. I killed him twice with energy burst and then thwacked him. Oh gosh. Just rolling the dice and landing on a 6 every time. I mean, I guess if they don't know how to play around the rolling, it's a successful strategy. Ow. Alright, just a second. Do you like talking about Smash? You know, Rival of Either is my favorite fighting game. Dude, platform fighters, like, I heard a lot of good things about Rivals of Aether. I've seen some competitive play. There's a lot of depth to that game. They really designed the characters knowing this is a platform fighter, therefore we actually need every character to leverage platforms in, like, a meaningful way. I thought that was really cool. Alright. Nearly at full health. You know what? Now that I found Lamech, I'm probably gonna... Yeah, I should go explore and get the Sun Tower door purchased so that I don't have to deal with that after Lamech. I can just get it now. And with, you know, having all this movement, probably a good idea. Oof. Oh. I literally had it right there. But yeah, who do you play in Rivals of Aether? Like, do make sure to describe what their moveset is a bit, because, like, well, I cannot... If you say, like, the name of a character, unless... Chances are I don't know them by name, but I know them by, like, visually how they work mechanically, sort of stuff. So... Yeah, if you want to talk about Rivals of Aether, I'm 100% down. But yeah, also Nickelodeon All-Stars Brawl came out. That looks really interesting. I know they're like nerfing nairs because nair loops have been just like a thing that was plaguing the competitive scene, and despite that, the competitive scene seemed pretty thriving, at least currently. But definitely seems like nair loops could be an issue in the future. Oof. Because it's just everything combos into nair for so many characters. Alright. That just feels so weird. I'm basically flying. I main Ori in Rivals. Oh right, Ori from the Will of the Wisps. I forgot that that character was added to that game. Oh yeah, you could send a projectile and deflect it Ori style. And basically play the game of active aggression, but I don't like most of the casts in Rivals. The game, like, as a... I thought it was fine. Like, Lester, you probably know about him. He's the first characters to be added. Oh, the big purple bird with aerial combos. Oh, that guy. I just remember when I was looking up, some Rivals of Aether stuff, there was a meme about how they could not balance that character properly. I don't know whether that's a positive for the character or a negative, but I do know there was, like, bots are super easy to kill with him. He has no kill confirms. Ah. I mean, to be fair, like, we said that about Sheik, and that ended up being a powerhouse, like, later on. Like, not having kill confirms, if it has the combo potential, like, it becomes a kill confirm eventually. Like, unless it's legitimately not a single kill confirm, then that's one thing. Well, I'm going to say this, that, like, if people play them at a high level, that's because there's a good reason for it. Like, as much as we talk about Lil Mac being bad, the fact is we've actually been seeing some Lil Mac play. There is some value in that character that we didn't notice. And, like, we don't see as many Dr. Marios. Like, we know that there's a bunch of these low-tier characters, and yet Lil Mac's the one of the low-tier characters that's really coming up, not the others. Lil Mac is incredible. Yep. His up B is basically Jigglypuff's rest. Jeez. Yeah. Whenever there's a rest move, it appeals to a certain fan base of players. And some people like these players. Some people don't. But yep. Alright. Alright. You know what? I can fly. not much of a puzzle once you've learned it. Of course, that's the case of the game. Whew. Alright, we got what we came here for. The Sun Tower is unlocked. I'm wondering if I should just scale the Sun Tower since I have the 6 jumps, or if that's cheating. Two silvers? Oof. This is definitely cheating, but I'm doing it anyways. I don't even care. Whew. No meat. Oh, I can't even only shoot because I... Alright. Oh, just lose no health. Okay, so we can do this. Well, we have all of them maxed out, so that was just empathy because they had nothing else to give. Oh my gosh. Some more good news is getting its first DLC pack, Rivals Aether's girl mod characters, which I think is good to do for the community. Yeah. So, as long as I get the understanding that the next mod is that they're making female versions of the characters, it's a girl mod, so I'm assuming it's not just characters that happen to be women. It's actually like taking the characters, turning them into women. I mean, if it's more characters is more characters, and that's always a good thing. It sounds like you're saying that the distinction is that they're all women. I'm not sure if it's just they had a lot of new characters and they all happen to be women, or if it's like specifically. Oof. Well. Whew. I don't want to waste my whereas, but I also want to finish my task here. I was actually trying to tell you they're adding mod characters, not girls. That was the mistake. All right. Okay. So it's good news or whatever. Right. Well, yeah, I hope for the best for that game. Like, the more that... How do I explain this? The more that platform fighters succeed as a medium in itself, the more there's reason for Nintendo to one day support the community of platform fighters. of Smash. In more ways than just giving out lanyards. We're gonna make sure we make it. Oof. Oh, mod characters. Interesting. I do think I remember seeing like a floaty like Peach style character as one of the mod characters. I remember seeing something like that. All right. Yep. As expected, the castle keeps going up. Alright, we made it to the top. It's a little cheap because of how we got up here. But, oh well. Let's kill Irad. Get the job done with. They have a trailer on YouTube that I can check out. Why do I spell like a toddler? I know those days. Oh my gosh. The extra jumps makes this fight so much easier. Alright. Ah. Woo. There we go. Simple enough. Anyways, what do you think they're going to do for the next Smash game? Oh gosh. I honestly believe that they're going to just port Smash Ultimate into the next console generation. Like, there's just so much good with Smash Ultimate that they will never get again. They will never have access to as many characters, like, legally as they did this time. They will never have these sort of fiends again. So I think literally the best solution they have is to just port the game. So I think, yeah, we're going to just see Smash Ultimate for quite a while. Because I don't see how Smash could surpass what they did this time. Like, I just don't see like how they could get the rights to more characters. Like, they got freaking Sora. I don't, and I believe there's a theme that there's rumors that Sakurai's going to end up retiring, and like without Sakurai, the whole theme changes. Like, so yeah, I'm not sure Smash, like, this is the golden era of Smash, and because of it, I'm not sure if there's like much room for it after this era ends, you know? Instructions for the fight. Once all three eyes are active, you cannot touch the ground anymore, but instead have to rely on the third eye. Okay, the problem with that is then I can't refresh my double jump. The double jump is actually quite necessary. It's a cool challenge, but it's just like you need to have a way to refresh your double jump, or else, like, I guess if you allow us to land on the spikes, and then also it's like how finding the opportunity to attack is an issue. Like, if I was over-leveled, if I actively over-leveled, I'd be down to do that for a bit. And like, I think even without actively over-leveling, I could probably do it. It's just, like, I could probably do that challenge, the more that I think about it. It's just, I'm going to get hit sometimes because I'm going to not have my double jump anymore, and there's no way to maybe if I had the Ranger's Ivy platform. If I had the Ranger's Ivy platform, and like again I'm allowed to use all these runes, I'd be 100% down to take that challenge. But without the Ranger's Ivy platform, without a way to refresh my double jumps, I just think that's a sort of thing of inevitability, which means I just need to be over-leveled in damage to pull it off. So Cricket Style, well, he's saying it as blessed, he is slowly admitting that his dice are loaded. Kappa. Yeah, no. I know better. I just think it's funny. You got 2 nat 20s off of them in a row. And it's like your first rolls of the day sort of thing. I like Gravity Beam. The person they said who made the dice said they're not weighted. The fact that they had to clarify. You know, I trust that they're not weighted. I know, like, I wouldn't assume a dice is weighted unless I am, unless I have suspicions. I'm like, yeah, no, I know they're not weighted. I'm just, like, joking, kind of. If you want to talk about Minecraft, I'm willing to do it, but I will note, I only know Minecraft from watching friends play it. I have not played Minecraft myself. Nor am I really, like, I thought it was intriguing. I just never saw it as a game I would want to dedicate all my time to. You know? And it seems like a game that is built to be a time sink. And I didn't want to, like, if you do in creative mode, there's the whole, well, I didn't show that I didn't work my way for this, so the victory of crafting all these things is not as valuable, but it's one of those things that the process just, I didn't enjoy the game enough that I wanted to go through the process. Oh, hey, we're at 1,000,000 again. Cool. Well, full health once more. I guess we'll just save Lamech for later at this point. Like, we have so many other fights in front of us at this point. That's why I keep the Blessed Dice in its throne. Beautiful. I mean, if I ever do poorly in a fight, I can go into another boss fight as a way to heal up afterwards. That's actually hilarious. All right. Minecraft is a game where you play when you want and put it up when you don't want to feel like playing. More like, but if you want to do something like crazy builds, you're gonna have a time sink. What did you think about the mob vote? Well, this is the theme. The mob vote voting for Minecraft Future, this is the sort of stuff that I have no idea what you're talking about. That I understand from friends a little bit. Apparently you guys are voting on what enemies are getting added into the game world and stuff. But, like, other than that, I have no idea. I didn't... So the ship boss fight is the, Prime version. And I didn't need to go into Prime version to... I have max burdens that I need, and I didn't need to go into Prime version. So that's why that one doesn't take place on the ship. It does if you have it on the Prime boss fight. And we're just gonna go kill Lamech while we still can. Mess that up. Oh well. Well, making mistakes here. Hopefully they don't come to bite me in the rear in the long run. Great. The spike wall punished me for my hubris. Alright. I thought I could get both. Just barely. Didn't do in time. Alright. I'm losing my res before the next time I get out to a boss fight. There we go. Alright. Mobs this year, all the movies were peaceful. Next year, all of them can be hostile. If you don't the same way. The mob vote is basically when you vote for a certain mob to get added. However, I think it's supposed to be related some way. Some aspect of the year. So it's, did you vote for peaceful or threatening mobs, I guess? And what are mobs? Because when I hear the word mobs, I think of like a swarm of enemies. Which, given that it's not enemies that we're voting on apparently, I'm misunderstanding. Creatures. Oh, whether it's like peaceful creatures. Oh, right, because there's creatures that aren't out to kill you in that game. Duh. Got lucky with those two's burdens. Any creature, whether or not it's harmful, is called a mob. Okay, got it. Well, I'm losing all the health I'm gaining. As is life. We're just going to kick the dog because I don't feel comfortable going down to face it. There we are. Yeah, game is a lot easier when you have infinite mobility. Or effectively infinite mobility with how many runes I have. Oh, I thought you were dead. You vote for one out of a few peaceful mobs. Yeah, I apologize. I don't know what the votes are for. Like, I get now that's 4 creatures added into the game, but beyond that, I don't know the significance of having different creatures in the game. I don't know if it's like a visual theme, if it's a mechanical theme. Like, I mean, I'm assuming it's a mechanical thing because you could probably loot different items from different creatures. But like, it's the significance that makes it that I don't understand, and that limits my ability to talk about this. Ooh. There we go. Gaming is a very complex area to talk about even amongst gamers, because there's just certain games that some people play and certain games that some people don't. Oof. Woo. I don't think I'm that interested in changing my talent, but barrel roll has convinced me otherwise. Oof. It's supposed to be both, however, each year every mob that won has some aspect onto it that's hidden, either unintentionally or intentionally, that makes the player's experience with it a lot worse. Sorry to hear that. Alright, found another lily. And we can literally fly to this lily at this point. Go. Fam, I don't have to explain because I'm pretty sure you know. I mean the phantom enemy, or... Unfortunately, I really, like, I have friends that play the game. The green squid many people claim that Dream rigged the vote for. Huh. I mean, if he influenced for it, like, I wouldn't call that rigging, but if it's like, you'd have to actually have broken the system in some way for it to be called rigging in my mind. Oh, if you don't sleep for a couple of in-game days, an enemy appears that's kind of like, I'm assuming, kind of hallucinogenic or something like that? Hmm. Alright, so we just need to find them all now. Go. The meat was guarding the chest. It was a worthy sacrifice. Alright, so there's no need for the third lily. And by ignoring it, it might become something better later. Alright. It's okay, I didn't want to take. Oh well. The Phantom basically is a mob that constantly attacks you if you don't get enough sleep, which a lot of people is bad because he encourages people to skip the night. Oh. Are you saying, like, it's good to get attacked by him so that you could get his resources? Is that why people skip the night? Like, it encourages people not to sleep? And that's the issue? Oh yeah, it sounds like you're saying it has some cool item, so... Ah. I tried to kick, but messed up my timings. Just like I don't know if it's just like for some reason I'm not prepared for it, but I don't see the platforms that I'm landing on, and like literally the platforms I'm landing on are causing the issue. Like I can see the explosions, I don't see the platform that I'm landing on, so I'm like going to spin kick. Oh, I have roll. Use my roll. Whew. This time I roll. Punished horribly. Slight mistimings are costing me greatly. There we go. What I mean by rig is basically a dream claim that he would follow anyone on Twitter that voted for Glow Squid, which he didn't do. Also, the Green Squid. Oh, like if he followed through with it, I would say that's just a tactic, and like a follow is not a. How do I explain it? Follow is not money. It's not bribery. Like, I mean, I guess it kind of is. To an extent. I could see where the complaint comes in. And then, yeah, if you don't follow through, then that's another level of BS. Alright. Alright, well that's all it's doing. This could be a major mistake. It was. Alright. Well, we got a lot of bosses taken care of with that run. Did I get my knight to rank 25? That is possible. Let's just find out. Alright, weight 23. Close. Close. Alright, so we need to... Before I stop today, I'm going to fix my runes. I do not... The double jump runes are great, but it's broken. I want to make sure this is more consistent with my runs. And I want to make sure to change my equipment back to what it's supposed to be. Circuit Steiner Duelist? Sure. Sounds good. Alright. First things first. That needs to be a Leviathan weapon. We no longer want these runes. There we go. And we get to actually purchase this thing. Cosmic Overload. Some skills are still hard capped. So this can upgrade to 50, to 25, to 35, to 50, to 50. These can upgrade to 9. Oh. Yeah, so with 9, that's plus 50 per equipment slot. You drive a hard bargain. Ah. Alright, let's continue our task of making sure we have maxed out everything. Yep, alright, so max out all the weapons. Alright. Did we run out of money? We ran out of ore. Alright. Well, hold up. We actually have a way to get more ore. We're not using our blood. Convert ore into aether. Convert aether into ore. Let's go with that. I want Hesitate call Dream a mega YouTube celebrity. I'm pretty sure having him follow you, a lot of people would consider a decent amount of money. Fair enough. And we're already hitting the ore issue again. There's a lot of these I haven't even seen the Unity levels for, even though... Huh. Why did I not max out the trinkets first? Yeah, let's just show what the gold helm... Alright, it's just ore and aether gain. Which albeit is pretty nice right now, but not what I need. Alright, then strength, intelligence, armor, runes, dexterity, focus. Yep. Alright. Well, use the rest of it, the money, as I would. Max out my equip weight. In there. Alright, well, I think that's everything I want to do for now. Everyone, thank you so much for watching. I hope you all have a wonderful day. And let's raid someone before we go. Alright, raid channel. Alright, we have John Likes Games, and that looks like really the only big one. That and Grinning Goat. So, but I prefer John Likes Games. He is a Magic the Gathering streamer. And he's a pretty cool guy, so that's who we're hoping to do. Alright, let's start the raid. Something went wrong. Try running that quick action again later. Something went wrong. Alright, let's try raiding another channel then. Can I ask you something before you go? Do you think the Unity system helps balance the game more compared to Rogue Legacy 1? I think the Unity system is less about balancing and more about making each one distinct. I definitely think the way that they do the equip upgrades and Unity bonuses makes each equipment somehow viable in the end in a way it wasn't before. That's why I think its purpose is. It's not about balancing, it's about making everything distinct. And I think it does it in a good way. So, alright, let's see if I can raid the channel now. Nope. Alright, well, we're going to raid Grinning Goats. Nope, just can't raid a channel today, guys. Apologies. Well, everyone, thank you so much for watching. Have a wonderful day. Unless there's some way I can force a raid, I think that's going to be it, because... yeah, if I can't raid... okay, hold up. I can refresh my creator dashboard. Maybe that will allow it. Oh, there it is. John Like Games. Alright, so we refresh. And it's hosting.